Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I'm your host, Justin D. Morgan, and because I was watching the dropped frame counter, I forgot to inflate the dinosaur. There we go. There, the dinosaur's ego can inflate now. Yes, I'm at 12.5% dropped frame, so I'm better than last Thursday, but focus? Yeah, I hope the stream's better. I don't know if Xfinity is trying to get me to upgrade my service. They're trying to get me to upgrade my modem. If they're just not feeling like providing internet. I don't know. I wish the fiber would get to my neighborhood. So at least for the moment, of course, you know, it could be YouTube's ingest server. My audio is mega low. Hold please. I don't know why my audio's mega low. Are you sure it's not your headphones? Because I haven't touched my microphone settings. Audio's not that bad, and it's not super saturated like it is often. I mean, I am peaking at -5 decibels, so yeah, I don't know what the problem might be, but I don't dare turn it up anymore. Alright, I got other people saying it sounds fine, so... Alright, let's see who we have in the chat. We have Thomas Armstrong, Eep. We have Stian. Hi, Thomas. Hi, Stian. We have GeoHam, noted I started on time. Yes. I was hoping that maybe that would gain me a few bonus points with the Xfinity or YouTube. We have 1-Bit Fever Dreams. Hi, Michael. We have Dopaz. Hi, Dopaz. We have Callan. Hi, Callan. We have 1-Bit. Yeah, 1-Bit. All right. We have Jesse, I8386SX. Hi, Jesse. We have Gutbomb. Hi, Jason. We have, let's see here. Gutbomb says, but what? Oh, yeah. Much lower than, like, any typical YouTube video. I would probably like to point out that maybe the typical YouTube video creator does not know where you should land the volume when mastering. You should not hit or exceed 0 decibels, because that's when you get clipping. But, yeah. Gutbomb says, but whatever, I'll turn it up and then wake my whole family when I watch another video later and forget to turn it back down. Yeah. Anyways, alright, so I guess we're streaming. Hopefully we're not lagging. I caused some terror on the workbench trying to set up the stream. I'll have to take my oscilloscope apart when I upgrade it because I dropped some stuff inside of it because it's actually been open frame. Because I need to upgrade it. Gutbomb says, I'll go ahead and record what I am hearing so you can see the difference. It's seriously super quiet. I will double check it after the stream, but the VU meter in OBS is, I mean, maybe a little low, but got the gain turned, so I got a gain filter that's turned off, noise suppression's turned off. I got an equalizer, expander, and limiter. I mean, I guess I could turn the gain up. I don't get, I really don't get, well, I just turned the gain all the way up on my microphone and that did 0. I don't really get why. Upum says, yeah, something is happening to the audio after OBS, but then whatever, carry on. I can't guarantee that. Well, I'm not getting a oh, come on. I don't know why. I'm not getting consistent bandwidth. There's really... Okay, there's one thing I can do, but... Alright, is this any... Actually, no, that's not any better. Never mind. I can see on the view meter that actually hurt, not helped. Alright, we'll turn that off. Okay, my limiter is... I'm checking the settings just to make sure. My limiter's actually not set where I usually set it. Oh, wait a minute. Expander. Alright, is this any better? No, it's not. Is this any better? No, it's not. Alright, what if I turn on the gain and the limiter? Alright, is this any better? No, it's not. I can't fix it. I don't know what the problem is. I'm going to have to not worry about it and fix it later. This is at my ever-increasing frustration with audio because I think it's fine, then someone tells me it's broken. I think it's fine, then someone tells me it's broken, and nothing I can do fixes it permanently. So, I guess maybe I don't know. I'm glad you'll still watch. All right. Oh, maybe you're would still watch a 4-hour sound mastering stream. Sounds way better than that last stream. I can't guarantee that my bit rates that it's not. It hasn't downgraded the audio. Actually, let me double check something. So output. I did bump my bitrate down in an attempt to maybe not buffer as much. And I did check. The audio source is correct. Alright. I don't know. Alright. We're just going to have to move along. I guess announcements. Coffee Goal link is in the description. And I guess Joseph's asking on the thumbnail, is that a Commodore computer? Hi, Joseph. No, it is not a Commodore computer. You will see parts of it momentarily, but first, we have to do the following.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our favorite segment, Wheel of Regrets. Here's your host, Dustin D. Morgan.
Hey, who comes up with these titles anyway?
So hi, Garth. Welcome. All right. So now we've got that out of the way. We have several packages. Yeah, Thomas Armstrong says, woohoo, the wheel. Yes, we have four packages that fit on my bench, plus one that does, one that I've already opened, so we'll get to that second to last. And then we have, Garth noticed the dinosaur, yes. And then we will get to the box that will barely fit on my bench. But we have some catching up to do because the last stream I had to end early because bandwidth. I'm still having bandwidth problems, although maybe... Oh, I think it might have smoothed this stuff out. Excellent. One bit says, I believe the box fall animation is not fake. It's Justin's box collection of all the packages he got in the past year. Actually, it's fake. It's not AI, but it's an animation I found on Adobe Stock. Anyways, actually, I forgot about these. I opened them on Dave's stream because I needed a video card to test something, and I knew there were video cards inside. So our first regret comes to us from a mystery eBay seller, because I forget where the seller was from. You cannot hide anything from Thomas Armstrong. Yes, we have a Trident card and an NVIDIA card, and they are both regrets. Because the Trident card did not work at all when I put it in the computer I needed to test. Maybe the contacts are dirty and I need to clean it. Maybe this mystery substance on the corner of the card is actually something of significance. Maybe there's a bent pin that I haven't found yet. Anyways. And then we'll let you all figure out why this card is a regret. One of these things is not like the other. One of these things just does belong. Can you tell me which items don't belong? Joseph said, Thomas Armstrong says, my cat likes the color wheel. Callan says, nothing like living vicariously through Justin's eBay purchases. Joseph says, a PCI VGA card, cool. Topaz asks, take the RAM upgrade off, does it work then? We'll have to test that. Thomas says it looks fine. Yes, Topaz noted the bursty caps. Yes, I did not look at the picture close enough, but needless to say, we will not be testing this card before a recap. Because, I have thought of one of two scenarios that could cause that. Okay, well, Thomas just added a scenario. The scenario number one, this card was made during the time period where a lot of companies were making bad caps, because I actually don't see a name brand on them. So they may be generic caps. And they all failed at about the same time because the seller possibly jammed this in a slot to test it and they went pop. Because they were all degraded. Scenario number two, this card has taken a nasty overvoltage on the 12-volt rail, and replacing those is going to do nothing. Scenario number three, as Thomas just added, someone's tried recapping the card and put them on wrong. But actually, I think I can disprove scenario three because those do look like the factory solder joints. So, yeah, Topaz says early 2000s. Yeah, because this is actually an EVGA card, I believe. So, I would have thought they used pretty good caps, but maybe not. Anyways, yeah, EVGA. Oh, yeah, and something else I didn't notice. Someone stole the screws off this card. So, thanks to whoever stole the screws off the card. Yeah, I'll have to order some caps and recap this card, and I might as well replace this one and that one while I'm at it, because, well, yeah, no telling how angry they'll get. Thomas says the blue mark is a polymer cap. Well, polymer cap or no polymer cap, I believe they're garbage caps now. I don't care how good of a cap those were, but I see no brand name on it. Jesse says the 5500 likes to blow caps. Ah. Thomas says the Trident card may have a shorted tantalum. I am going to have to say... Oh, I guess there is a tantalum cap on the card. No, there was just no video image at all. Although it could have been the motherboard. The motherboard was not liking PCI video cards very well because it was set to default CMOS settings of use AGP first. Anyways, so this is actually in the regret category. Oh, the motherboard I tested worked fine. All right. So now that we got that out of the way, we'll go to, so I'm going to open this one because this one arrived last week, and I'm going to let the chat decide. Do we open the eBay box, the small box, or the box that I think smells like smoke first? So I'll let you all vote while we open this package that comes to us from an eBay seller in Texas. So hi to all my eBay sellers and viewers in Texas. And also, hi to everyone that stopped at the new Buc-ee's in Virginia and survived. I saw the picture of the parking lot that some news chopper took this morning, and I don't know how in the world you navigate a Buc-ee's parking lot and survive, because there's like 24 bazillion parking spaces, and they were all full, and there were cars lined up for the gas pumps, and there's 100 gas pumps at this store, and cars were lined up to get gas. I don't get it. However, I guess if you're in the air, you'll know it's a Buc-ee's because you'll see the Buc-ee's logo on the roof of the building. Anyways, so this item is, packaged in a Priority Mail padded flat rate envelope. I should have saw that one coming. Thomas says, gas is down to $1.29 a liter here. All right. Jesse says, unless the gas is significantly cheaper, I don't get it either. Yeah. We have, looky here, one of the most useless computer accessories known to mankind. A Mad Dog Techie Toys hard drive cooler. Thomas Armstrong says, very cool. Gutbomb will know exactly what I'm leading up to at some point. But anyways, there we go. The price finally hit a price I was willing to pay for it. This was bought at CompUSA July 19th, 2005. So we're about to hit the 20th anniversary of this being put on the shelf. I presume that's what that tag means. All right. Thomas Armstrong asks, whose hard drive gets that hot? Well, you'll have to ask the executives at Mad Dog. All right, so let's see here who won the... So we had a vote for the Smoky box, and we had 2 votes for the eBay box. Oh, Callan says, Buc-ee's is a one-stop shop. They have everything, and the food is good. Food is great. They have jerky, barbecue, fudge, etc. Lots. Yeah, you're going to need food waiting for the gas pumps, that's for sure. All right, so the eBay box comes to us from an eBay seller in Alabama. So, hi to all my eBay sellers and viewers in Alabama. It's actually a state I don't get to buy much from on eBay. Jesse says, those Diamondbacks 8 drives like to cook themselves. Topaz saying, what, you didn't overclock your hard drives back in the day? Oh. One bit saying to Thomas, if you were elite and kept a good upload-download ratio on IRC, it did. Yeah. All right. Oh, looky here. That's different. UPS padded envelope. Oh, that has... Oh, the shipping, the packing label... Okay, well, that's so small, I don't doubt anyone could have read that, but... Oh! You know what's mad, dog? That I bought this 3-pack of used Mad Dog fans because it was cheaper than buying one new one, and I was curious if these were LED or not. Jesse says, if you use a 15K RPM drive on a desktop, it could be useful. Yeah, these will need to be cleaned first. But I am curious if these are LED, so... Oh, I believe they are. I think the LEDs are here, 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 and here, and I bet they're blue. I'm actually almost tempted to... Oh. Alright, we'll test these later. Garth says, fire them up. Yeah, they need dusted first. I want to say I might have made the... I think I made the seller of those an offer. I deducted money for cleaning. I didn't call the money I deducted out as a cleaning fee, but, yeah, it's... I think I did make them an offer. Oh, yeah, I think... I want to say they had them listed at $20, and I offered them $10. Or something like that. And they accepted it. Yeah, there we go. I was like, all right, I'm going to offer you half price. Gutbum says, Garth says, I mean, after you wipe off the nicotine-coated dust, of course, yeah. Joseph says, I find it amazing the power my M4 Pro Mac Mini has for its size. I would need a full tower in 2006 to come close for its time back then. Yeah. Thomas Armstrong says, smoke adds shipping weight. Yeah. All right, so I think the second item was the Smoky Box, which comes to us from a seller in Colorado. And it's possible that these fans were the actual source of the smoke smell. Let me, no, they don't smell like smoke. Well, this box doesn't really either, but maybe the fact I had just pulled them out of the mailbox was accentuating a smell. Anyways, hi to all my eBay sellers and viewers in Colorado. And for anyone wondering what smoky smell, it was cigarette, not something else. Gutbum says, I bought a Pentium 233 MMX on eBay for $15 today by making an offer. That just smells like newspaper. All right. Oh, looky there. It's a handwritten note. I bet this person bought this from a swap meet or something. So, what is this? And why was I crazy enough to buy it? Well, if the assemblage of cables falling out of it isn't any indication, we have... Oh, well, that's cool. I don't think this is the box that was making that smell, because it just smells like a box. I bet it was the fans. So yeah, this came from Joe's Junk Teak. Junk? Joe's Junk and Collectibles. I don't know how you're supposed to pronounce that. Thomas says maybe your mailman smokes. I don't know. Something smelled like cigarette smoke after I got the mail. And I was trying to balance all the boxes. Yeah. Maybe. I don't know. Something smelled like cigarette smoke. And the only reason I investigated is because I come in the house, something smells like smoke, And so I'm immediately trying to figure out where in the world the smell's coming from, and I realize it's from something that was in the mailbox. Gapon says, it's junk but colorful. Yeah, Thomas Armstrong says, the ST238R, yes. This, I believe, is an RLL controller card. Or at least I hope it is. I couldn't find much info on the card. But anyways, the important things were, it has that cable. It has one of these cables. And to make sure that we have absolutely no confusion, it has another one of those cables, but labeled with A and B in handwriting, probably so... oh, and it has a gray connector on the side, probably so someone would realize this is for the floppy drives, and this one's for the hard drives. And I'm glad we changed cable. Oh, there actually is a slight difference. That's subtle. Anyways, Thomas says, yes, those are handy in an Atari Megafile to add a second drive. I think one drive's enough in my Megafile. Garth says, I like the B cable. Oh, actually, this one's got a C on it, and I feel left out because they didn't write D on that one. Although I thought the C drive went after the twist. You know, maybe if you only have one drive, maybe it goes before the twist. I don't know. Maybe they set theirs up wrong, and that's why they wrote the C here. Anyways, yeah, it should be an RLL controller card if my research is correct. And if my research is wrong, then, well, it's a 16-bit MFM controller card, but I'm pretty sure it's an RLL controller card because I think I'm going by the fact it's a 16-bit card, and I think I found some info on a forum post or something. Anyways, there we go. Now I can actually test the that Seagate drive that we opened up last week. But not now. We have computer to get to. After, yeah, we got, oh yeah, we got one more box that came today, and then we'll get to the item that I opened this weekend. And then we'll get to the big box that's on the floor that came last week. So this item comes to us from an eBay seller in Michigan. So hi to all my eBay sellers and viewers in Michigan. This is not from the seller you might think it is. Oh, wait a minute. Oh yeah, okay. It's from the other seller that you might think it is. It's from Intergalactic Microsystems. And actually, yes, I thought this was another controller card I'd bought. No, this is actually more important than that. Because if I had streamed last week on Thursday, we were going to try to read the microcontroller out. And if I thought I had a good image, I was going to accept an eBay offer on some microcontrollers, but thanks to Comcast, I'm blaming Comcast, and because I had a decent offer on some microcontrollers, I bought the microcontrollers without knowing I could read out the microcontrollers. So anyways, I have two NEC brand 8748s, and I have two Intel 8748s. And I wanted to, like, hedge my bets. Because the microcontroller we need to read out is marked Toshiba 8748. So I'm hoping it's actually an 8748 and not a larger variant, because then I will look like the fool. And I'll be buying more microcontrollers. Hey, Bill Lewis, welcome! So there we go. Microcontrollers, hopefully I'll be able to fix something with them. And now, for the item that I'm sure everyone will be thrilled to see. This comes to us from an eBay seller somewhere in the world. And actually, I'm thinking we might test this. But anyways, we have an ECS motherboard. And it includes the manual, the CD-ROM, although that's not why I bought the board. Trust me. It has some cables. Unfortunately, it does not appear to have the I/O shield, so I'm kind of somewhat disappointed in that. Actually, a SATA cable, I think a hard drive cable, and probably the floppy cable. Oh, and some screws. Ah, those are the fan screws. All right, I'll be able to put the fan on the heatsink. Hopefully. There's also some plastic broken bits in it. And we have the motherboard, which actually, maybe we will go ahead and try to power this up. So, this motherboard here, there's a story behind this motherboard and why I bought it. And I think Bill Lewis has seen a picture of the case. And yes, Bill, I agree, the case is hideous. Which is part of the reason why I had Chris pick me up one, because the case was absolutely hideous. I'm not going to give away the case. Other than I will say that the case was on Facebook Marketplace in Chantilly, or thereabouts, and it was $15. Yes, 15, just 15 US dollars. Not going to give away the design of the case. That I don't want to spoil the potential video. But Chris picked it up for me. I got it while I was in the DC area at the weekend before last. Oh, Bill says plus gas. Yes. So in reality, the case was more like, let's face it, the reason I went up to Chris's house was to pick the case up. So yeah, it was probably more like $40 by the time I add gas into it. But yeah. Bill says, and sometimes toll road. I did not take the toll road because to get to Chris's house. So I'm not adding my tolls to that total. The only reason I paid for a toll road is after I left his house, I went somewhere and didn't want to fool with traffic coming back, so I paid the like $9 for tolls to get to Route 29. So I'm not going to add the tolls to the price of the case, but you are right, Bill. I will add gas, so it's probably more like a $40 case, but it's a beige case. And I was, Chris and I were talking what might go well in the case, and I kept thinking that it would only be appropriate to put something German in the case. So yes, this is a potential clue for anyone that hasn't seen the case. Okay, trust me, the case was made in China, but it had German inspiration. That's the only clue you're going to get. So I could only think that I knew that AMD had manufacturing capability at Global Foundries, and Global Foundries has a plant in Dresden, Germany. So I thought, okay, this probably has to be an AMD build, and maybe this processor wasn't actually diffused in Germany, but close enough. So I decided, all right, it's an AMD build. Also, the case was on sale in about 2005-ish. So I was like, okay, that'll at least limit to what I want to put in it. And so I was looking on eBay, and I found this board, and I immediately said, all right, I think this is the board because it's really weird, and the case is weird. In fact, this board is hideous. The case is hideous. I mean, look at this thing. It's a purple PCB with a lilac and a blue DIMM socket, an orange PCI Express, and an orange AGP slot, and they're not even the same shade of orange. An audio modem riser slot. I'm like, Gart says, AGP Express, I know, this is like hideous. Did anyone not go to like design consistency training? But yeah, this is the board for the build, if it works. So, because I actually would like to test this, only because I know if it really came down to it, this has a parallel port, and that could be handy. Oh, except I probably need to put a, alright. Let me go grab, okay, so I need DDR memory, and, unfortunately, I thought the, auction came with memory, so, I was wrong, I had looked at too many boards. So let me grab my box of RAM, and let me see if I can find some DDR 400 memory. And then I'll have to, we will try a PCI video card. Maybe this card's new enough that it'll be okay with PCI, but during Dave's stream, I found I have a video card that I realized does not like. Oh, that's DDR2 RAM. Oh, I bet this is all DDR2 in this bag. Oh, wait, no, I know where this came from. There might be some DDR in here. Let's see, that's DDR2, DDR2. I'm pretty sure this board is just DDR. Oh, actually, this might be DDR. No, that does not appear to be... Nope, that does not the correct RAM. Alright, let's try again. Actually, maybe this is all DDR2. Okay. Oh, maybe that's... Is this really the wrong RAM? Yep, okay. Alright, this is all DDR2, so let me find the next anti-static bag. There is a processor on the board, so you will not have to wait for me to also find a processor, but you'll have to bear with me a moment as I try to find some DDR memory, DDR1 memory. Let's see, that's all SD-RAM. That's going to be DDR... Oh, that's DDR2. Let's see, that's SD-RAM. The SD-RAM you can tell because it has two notches. Unfortunately, the DDR2, DDR3, DDR4 all have one notch. Actually, that is... I can't tell what that is. That looks like that's the wrong kind of memory. Alright. That's PC... Oh! That's PC 2100. Okay, that's... Oh, well, you know, that is DDR memory in this bag. Okay. Alright, I think this might be, here we go. I think this is DDR. It's not... Alright. Jesse says DDR has bigger chips physically. Yeah, Well, I have some older DDR2 memory, which has some relatively larger chips than newer DDR2 memory. Oh, maybe... Oh, you know, you're right. Maybe that is all smaller. Oh, that's... Okay, I think I know why I was thinking that. It looks like these memory modules could have had larger... Oh, that's actually... that's registered ECC memory. That's why that one wouldn't go in. Okay. Yeah, that would be the other thing. All right. This memory will probably work. Yes. Yeah. Registered memory is for servers, and this isn't a server board. All right. So we got a Mad Dog power supply here. Only because I was... Oh, well, that's not good. Jesse says PCE 3200 is DDR 400. What you put in there is probably fine. Yeah, it's like PC 2100. So hopefully it'll clock the memory controller down. Yeah, I need a 24-pin power supply. That was only a 20-pin power supply. Obviously, this is not for a Mad Dog build. I'm also hoping that I didn't make a similar silly mistake for the Mad Dog build. And oh, I think I've got more than one Mad Dog power supply. Only because when you're going to commit to a build like that, have backups, because not all the Mad Dog stuff is the same high quality. And by high quality, I mean probably winning bidder on the contract to produce whatever item it was. All right, there we go. So we got 24-pin power. I need to find the CPU power connector, which is, I believe, is the one that is, yeah, 4+4 pin, not 6+2 pin. All right. Fan gets his power from the power supply. All right. Hi, Chris. Welcome. We have Retro Tech Chris here. Chris, you might recognize this motherboard as the one that I bought for the absolutely hideous case that I bought. Also, let's test this Trident card. The one that I couldn't get to work on Dave's stream. We'll try it again. All right, so we have a PCI graphics card. We have the motherboard. We have some RAM. Processors in it. I'm thinking whatever thermal paste is on it is probably fine for a test. And because I don't know what the power pins are and they're not labeled on the motherboard, I am going to have to look at the manual. I know. I'm going to have to deduct some street cred points because I have to actually look the header pins up on the manual because they're not labeled. I think nowadays they may just use a standard layout, but oh, it's pins 6 and 8. 2, 4. Oh, okay. It's on the, so it's going to be the pins on the side with the pin missing, and it's the 2 pins closest to the missing pin. All right. Thomas Armstrong says, the purple PCB go great with tower lighting. It might also go great with the color of LEDs that are in this hideous case. Chris says, the case that I bought? Yes. All right, there we go. We have fan spin. We don't have smoke. All right, let's go to capture input. We don't have video. Okay, we should have had video by now. All right. Okay, someone asked if I remove the memory expansion card, will it work? All right, so let's try to remove this card carefully. The memory expansion is the only reason I bought this card, because I think I already have one of these cards. Okay, Trident did not make it easy to remove the card, because there's like 24 bazillion pins. I feel like I'm going to break solder joints. Oh, there we go. I got it off. I didn't bend any pins. All right. Put the card back in. It should just, all right. Turn it back on. And no. Ha! Okay, the card... Alright, more investigation needed on that card. Okay, so it was not just a one-off fluke with the first board. Alright, let me go grab a... Okay, I know you all probably want to see AGP work on such a new board, and I don't blame you, but unfortunately, there is a compatibility list. These are the cards that they tested and that work. And I don't think I have any of them. Yeah, I don't think I have any of these. There's no 8-bit ISA slot on this board. This is a PCI Express with AGP Express and PCI. There's no ISA slot. So let me go to my box of PCI Express cards. Because that's probably what we're going to have to use. Alright. Oh, here we go. It's actually probably my smallest box of video cards. I have a box of AGP cards somewhere, but I honestly don't think I have any of the cards on that list. There is no onboard video, Thomas. So I can't just use it, because the empty space is where the onboard video would be, and there is none. And I don't know if the chipset has onboard video. All right. Oh, I can't use that. That requires a dongle I don't have. All right, never mind. It's a video card one of my coworkers gave me before he retired. We've got a AMD Quadro card that I have no idea if it works. Oh, it might actually work. All right. Will Team Green let us down? Or will, Yes, Team Green will let us down. It only has DVI. Ugh. Normally, I would be thrilled to have DVI, but that actually means I have to find the cable on my bench. All right. Oh, here we go. Sorry, NVIDIA. You're getting demoted. Here we go. I have an AMD video card and it has VGA, so I don't need to go find the elusive... I don't need to go find the elusive DVI cable. I just want to keep it simple. I know the scalar's on VGA and... Alright, 3, 2, 1. And... Huh. Of course, I'm not sure if the card works. Okay. I should probably try to find my postcard, but beats me where I put it. Alright, so, AMD has let us down. Let's see what else I have in here. I think I've got another card with VGA. Here we go. It's an MSI. I believe this is an NVIDIA card. No, it's not. It's a 5450. It's another AMD card. It's got VGA. All right. I think I've actually used this card more recently. Jesse says it would be worth trying DDR4. Okay, if this card doesn't work, then I will go back to the box of memory and see if I can find some DDR400 memory. Okay, that is disappointing. All right, let me find my postcard, and let's see if the thing's even attempting to post. Now, I'm going to try this newer one I bought that I can actually try it on PCI Express. That's pretty cool. There we go. Oh, we've got standby power. It's got a little LED on it. We got a 0. Oh, well, that could be the problem. Oh, wait a minute. PCIe reset. Okay, I will find PC3200, Jesse. Just after one last test, I'm going to try the PCI slot for the card. The postcard. Oh. Oh, that's weird. Huh. There we go. Alright. Yeah, the PCI bus is also in okay. I don't think the chipset's coming out of reset. That's probably why I have no video. Alright. Maybe it's RAM. Maybe this board doesn't work. I'm pretty sure JVHS would probably tell me it's probably the board. We all know how high quality ECS boards were. Alright, let's see if I got some DDR400. And if I have any, I'll just put one stick in, because that's probably all I really need to install. It's just putting 2 sticks in, because I found a matching set. Meant I didn't have to figure out which one was bank 0. I have plenty of SD-RAM. I mean, that honestly looks like it might be a DDR. Oh, maybe that is DDR. Okay. Oh, but I'm not sure what speed it was. It is not clearly labeled. Yay! Okay, that is probably DDR, but I bet it's not DDR 400 because it's not labeled. Alright, that's DDR2. Alright, none of that's DDR. Alright. I know, totally captivating. So it's the part of the stream where Justin realizes he probably has PC 100 and he has DDR2, but doesn't really have any DDR. I've got some PC 2100. It's probably the point where I should point out that I ordered a stick because I wanted a stick that was on the compatibility list of the motherboard. Alright. Now I'm trying to think of what motherboards might have PC 3200 in it. Thomas found his laptop memory. Excellent. Okay, there's gotta be. I may not have any DDR of significant quantities. I mean, I have a few Macs that have DDR memory in them, but they don't take DDR 400. So that, I can't swipe the memory from them. DDR2. DDR. So DDR is going to be in. I gotta have some PC 3200 somewhere. So let's see here. DDR memory is going to be lurking in... Okay, I have a couple Dells that are absolutely boring. Maybe one of them has some DDR 400. Let me check. I just had to think a moment. And I bet I put all my DDR 400, also known as PC 3200, in the one computer that I have that can actually make use of it. And it's a compact Presario. It's got an AMD 64 processor in it. So I'm glad I saw the little sticker on it to remind me it was a AMD 64, because then I realized it probably had DDR and not DDR2 in it. Alright, so Stian says, our ship won't go, Packlids. Yes. Well, our ship won't go here. We look for things that make us go. Right now, we are not strong. Oh, there we go. Well, we had postcodes, but... Well, that's anticlimactic. We have no video output. But I actually saw postcodes fly around that time. Maybe the video card's not seated? Maybe the video card doesn't actually work. Alright, let's try the ATI video card that I previously accused of not working. It's got VGA. Alright. You know, it had postcodes. Alright, we got postcodes. Aw. I wonder if this manual... Yeah, I mean, at least I have something other than 00, but... this manual's not going to have postcodes, because... it's an AMI BIOS, and the postcode is FA. Let me at least... Whoops. Oh, there's... Is the video card not seated all the way, maybe? Am I going to have to go find an AGP video card? Oh, that's right. I was going to try putting in a new CMOS battery. I've got one floating around here somewhere. There it is. I doubt it's the CMOS battery, but, well... I guess I've seen stranger. Besides, the CMOS battery looks weird. Alright. Okay, let's try that. Oh, we have no postcodes. Alright. That's an ECS. Alright. Alright, we got postcodes. Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute. We got a flashing cursor. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Reboot and select proper boot device. Say what? No BIOS. Did replacing the CMOS battery really actually do something here? I'm gonna reset the. I'm gonna clear CMOS. Was I maybe just not waiting long enough for the boot error? No, I don't think this board is. I don't think this board is working consistently. Sometimes the soft power doesn't even work. No, it's not my capture device. No, I've got a postcard right here, and it's got code 00. Of course, it doesn't have a speaker on it. I've misplaced my other postcard. Because, of course, I did. Probably means I just set something on top of it, but what's the easiest way to hide something from myself? Set something on top of it that I couldn't possibly have set on top of it. Thomas is asking, is it one of those odd boards that has two-stage soft power? I don't know. I don't know at all. I don't know what two-stage soft power is. I have never seen a two-stage soft power board to my knowledge. Maybe. I doubt it could be that I didn't have a keyboard plugged in. I mean, it could be this video card. Put it right in front. Put what right in front? Well, that's a PCI video card. How did that get in the PCI Express box? Okay, that is most certainly a PCI video card. That does not belong in this box. Oh, alright. There's another video card I can try. And another one. And I'm pretty sure that one's actually not functional. Alright. One of those little piezo buzzers sitting right over here. No, of course I don't. That would be... Let me see if I can find a piezo buzzer. Even if I can't find the postcard, at least maybe I can find one of those little plug-in piezo buzzers so we can hear a beep code. Well, theoretically... Now it's going to bug me where my postcard went. Alright, fine. Joseph says, AMD hardware on a VIA chipset motherboard, cool. Hard to believe stuff like this used to be my main go-to and only computer. Yeah, this is before, I guess, AMD, canceled the chipset licenses for other manufacturers. Of course, I guess Intel did the same thing, too. Right, there we go. We got postcodes. With postcode 2A. Oh, I don't think I got the graphics card inserted all the way. Oh, that's lovely. Or maybe it is inserted all the way. Alright, let's try this again. I've got a keyboard plugged in. Okay, you know, I don't know that any... Let me try something here. Alright. I thought I would try PCI Express because I thought this board might default to PCI Express. Let me just try a PCI video card, and it's the one that I know works because I got it to work on Dave's stream Sunday. No. Okay, well, this board appears to be in reset. You know, I think I am coming to a conclusion on this board that I like this board just may not work. Because that time I got no post. I know I've got DDR400 memory in it. It's the processor that came with it, and I would presume that Thomas says postcode 2A on ECS's memory issue. But my memory is old too. Well, alright, I'm getting no postcode. Honestly, the part that bothers me is the fact that at least half the time when I power it on, I get no postcodes. Seller does not accept returns. Comes exactly as seen in pics, picked up at an estate sale, was told it still works, not tested, look at pics, zoom in. Thomas, I keep trying different slots. I can't. I mean, it doesn't even start to post. It doesn't even start to post. That's not really a hallmark of a dirty slot when it just doesn't even start to post. Remember, we got a boot message once. Oh, now we're getting postcodes. And we're stopped at up. Okay, maybe it is dirty slots. Oh, wait, I think we're, press F8? Alright, I will deoxit all the slots. I don't think it likes PCI. It did exactly the same thing as that board I tried on Dave's stream did. It started to post with a PCI card and then it locked up. No, it wasn't waiting for input. It was not accepting any input. I have another AMD platform board. I looked at it on Dave's stream. It actually appeared to lock up completely if you put a PCI video card in, but the moment you put an AGP card in, you could get into the I just deoxidated the RAM slots. Alright, I'm gonna try PCI Express again, because seriously, I think the problem now is that the BIOS defaults to PCI Express video first, and it's not falling back to PCI video. Because I found a board on Dave's stream that I think, now I have no postcode again. Now it won't. I'm noticing when it does a no post, when getting no post codes at all, I have to power it off and wait for the standby power to die before I can try to power it on again. And we got a no post again. I mean, maybe this video card's bad. This is why I was trying to... Alright, let's try that. This is why I was trying PCI Express. Alright, now we're getting post codes. Oh, it would probably help if I plug the monitor in, right? Alright, we got a post code 85. Alright, there's the monitor. Jesse says, this feels like my typical VIA chipset luck. Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if the chipset's dead or dying. I'm tempted to... Well, the eBay seller said if there's anything wrong, reach out, so I'm tempted to... just let them know that the board appears to be intermittent at best. Alright, we got a post code 85 again. And it looks like the PCI bus is in reset. Alright, let me... Another video card. Okay, this one I think's one I bought. Might also be one I accidentally destroyed. Alright. Alright. Postcode 85. Nothing on the video output. Ian's asking, what's everyone's favorite chipset? One that works. Oh, you want an actual chipset. Well, at the moment, it's not the VIA, whatever this is. It's on my dirt list. Okay, we're not... And when it does start to post, most of the time it crashes. Okay, are we still posting with PCI graphics? I know, it's like 9:30 and I'm still in Wheel of Regrets. Oh, no post. How long have I been looking at this board? I've put at least 30 minutes into this board, haven't I? Yeah, this one's a regret. Because I know I've deoxidated this PCI slot, and I know this video card was working a moment ago. We actually got the... hold on, Thomas. We can't bring computer out just yet. We'll give this one more try, and then I gotta clean the bench off. Besides, computer's in parts. I don't have room for computer because it's in parts. We'll bring out the keyboard. Well, actually, no. I need to bring out a PC too, because we gotta set up the programmer I bought to try to read the microcontroller. All right, we got postcodes. So with the PCI video card, I can actually get it to get to postcode 38. And then it sits here for, seemingly for keyboard input. I am spamming F8. Interestingly enough, I don't see where it's run the memory test. All right. Okay. I've spent enough on this computer. All right. I think I'm going to have to call it. There's something wrong with this board. So let me... I don't want to do anything that might hurt my chance of a return, even though the seller says return's not accepted. There is a chance that if I tell them that the board is not actually working... Well, that is the most terrific thermal paste application. All right, let's at least check one thing. All right, it is socket 939, which is what I expected, which I believe is also known as AM1. And let's check the pins. All right, as is probably expected, I don't see any bent pins. I don't see any broken pins. All right. We'll try one more thing. So I just liberally... where's the alignment notch? You know, this is the first time I've tried to insert an AM1 CPU. Wait a minute. Am I putting this in wrong? Oh, I am putting it in wrong. Oh, there's the arrow. Well, why is there a dot on that corner? There we go. All right. So I'm going to... Greg Salazar does this. It makes me cringe. So power up a CPU without the heatsink. See if it gets hot. Which I'm almost certain it will. Yeah, it's definitely getting warm. Oh yeah, that's actually pretty warm. Okay, I just turned that off because... Okay, so the CPU is getting warm. It's an AMD Athlon 64X2 4200. I mean, there were no bent pins or broken pins on the CPU. I don't see any... Oh, wow. That heatsink is actually pretty warm. All right. Is it possible? Okay. Normal, if I knew that this would be for keeps, I would put a little more care. But this is the, let's just make sure it's not the CPU like thermally throttling, because there was no good thermal compound. All right. Okay, we've got. Oh, we're stuck at postcode 38 again, and I didn't plug the keyboard in. Yeah, AMDs are hot chips. Well, the fan is running. And that is the AMD label side up, so I'm pretty sure the fan's supposed to go that way. Let me see what postcode 38 is, because then I'm going to call it. I would at least like to send the eBay seller a halfway intelligible message if I can try to figure out what it might be. AMI BIOS 686 postcodes. Ah, the RetroWeb has a list. Excellent. All right, so I think these are going to be AMI EasyFlex. It's not WinBIOS, so maybe it's easy. Maybe this last one's the one it is. All right, so postcode 38 might be cursor position red. Well, that may not be the right list. Okay. Memory initialization below 1 megabyte? Oh, no, I think that's an old list. Okay. Maybe it really doesn't like this PCI video card. Maybe it wants a PCI Express one. I wish I could find my postcard, because it has a speaker on it. This is annoying. I mean, it could be RAM. But... Alright. I only need one of these sticks of RAM. I guess I could remove the other one. The thing is, I know I've run a memory test on these sticks of RAM. I mean, it was not, like, in immediate past recent history, but... Remember, on Dave's stream, I had a problem with this video card in a computer that PCI was not its primary video interface. It was AGP. I mean, I guess I could go grab that AGP video card. I mean, at least I know it works, because these PCI Express ones were not making it happy. Alright, we'll try one more thing. Let me go grab the AGP video card that I got to work on the other motherboard. I don't know if this board's going to like AGP, since it has PCI Express, without being able to go into the BIOS and change the setting. I mean, hold on. Let me try this one other PCI card that I think I misbinned into PCI Express, because it is a rather new card, comparatively. Maybe this motherboard doesn't like maybe doesn't like a Trident card. Maybe it's just was never tested with a video card that old. Alright, that's a no post. I mean, alright, let's... This is it's a PNY video card, so, not the greatest brand, but... I mean, I think I know where this came from. The GeForce XF 5200. So, not Oh, there we go. We got postcodes. Alright. That was annoying. Alright, Thomas says, I may have the RAM in the wrong slot. Alright, hold please. Although, it looks like it might be that Trident card. You know, maybe the compatibility issue wasn't the fact that it was set to PCI Express, that other board was set to AGP first. Maybe the problem is the Trident card is just too old. Maybe this BIOS wants a, Alright, hold on. I cannot read... I don't know where the silkscreen marking is on the RAM slots. No, and the manual, of course, doesn't really tell you which one to use first, but apparently, despite the fact in newer boards, the first bank is usually the one away from the CPU, and please tell me why they changed it, because it used to be it was the one closest to the CPU. Maybe the BIOS was really having a problem with the fact that maybe that Trident card doesn't have a VISA BIOS extension of the right version. And now I think I might have just hit the nail on the head. And we have a no post. Yeah, we have a no post. This board is like posting only half the time. That right there is probably enough of a reason for me to tell the seller that there's something wrong with the board. I just don't know how technologically savvy they might be. Alright, we got postcodes this time. Oh, we went to FF. That's the BIOS splash. Alright. Alright. I'm looking for two settings. Still think there's something wrong with the board. Although, that might make it more reliable. There we go. That was one of the settings. PCI VGA is primary. The other one was I wanted to... turn off fast boot. that I could actually maybe see it run the memory test. I didn't see verbose mode. Oh, did I miss the setting? No. All right. I have security features. Nope, that's not it. CPU plug and play. Hardware monitor. Save changes and exit. Press escape to boot. All right. So if I turn this off by holding the power button effectively, I just tried turning it back on, and now I've got a no post. It's not posting. Okay, I think that tells me what I need to know about this board. This board's only posting half the time. I just turned it off and back on again using the soft power button, and we have no. It's not posting. The board's in reset. So I've got only one or two theories. Either the capacitors on this board are bad, which I guess is possible. It might be in the right time period. And I take the gamble of buying capacitors for the board and try to recap it and hope that fixes the problem. Or I tell the eBay seller it's intermittent, it's only working half the time, or no more than half the time. It seems to be even less than that. Thomas Armstrong says that sounds like the odd soft power. I really, I'm going to need some more information. I don't know. I cannot. I don't know what this 2-level soft power is to even know what to look for in the manual to see if it mentions it. Because there's only one power button header on the system. I saw that on the pinout of the on the pinout of the front panel header. There's a hard disk LED, reset switch, a message LED, and power switch. There's not like 2 power buttons or anything. Thomas Armstrong said some of them had standby and power on. It was really dumb. I didn't see anything about standby in the BIOS, and in fact, I turned off ACPI. So I'm thinking this board is just intermittent, and I don't know if I'm torn. They don't make old boards like this anymore, but I mean, it's only an ECS board. And this board is meant, I don't see anything about standby in the manual, but granted, I don't have time to read the manual tonight. Alright, I'll tell you what. I've spent enough time on this board. Yeah, that sounds like a really dumb design. Okay, so, alright, I've spent enough time on this board. We need to get out of Wheel of Regrets. But I will, I mean, I guess what I can do... Okay, so I have misplaced one of the clip leads for my ESR meter for capacitors. Otherwise, I would try to test the capacitors on this board in circuit. It sometimes works. I guess what I can do later. I'm not going to do it tonight. Alright, here's what I'm going to do. I don't want to, like, wait too long and then spring it on the eBay seller that I'm having trouble with the board. I'm going to send them a quick message, and I'm just going to let them know that, hold on, Jason. We're getting to computer. You all just... No, this is definitely not computer in all capital letters. This is like, Alright, I'm going to send the eBay seller, I'm going to send him a quick message. I'm just going to let him know I've tried to test the board. Okay, first... Alright, let me do this. First, let me go look and see what they're selling to see if they sell a lot of computer hardware. Because the listing did say they bought it in an estate sale, which might mean they simply found a few computer items and thought that that sounded like a good thing to try to sell. Oh, they only have 5 items in the computer category. They may not really be that... Oh, 6 items. I stand corrected. And they were probably all from the same estate sale. I bet. Okay, they're not... I don't know that they're necessarily technologically savvy sellers, so... Alright, how am I going to... I just want to send them a quick message. Because they did say on the listing if I have any problems to reach out to them. Alright, so contact seller. Jesse's saying tough crowd, yeah. Alright, I'm trying to test the motherboard. And it's not consistently powering up. It's probably powering up more or less 30 to 50% of the time. Um, I have a few more things to try. Two more things to try to make sure it's not my test setup, but thought I should let you know I'm having trouble with the board. All right. Okay. I Oh, Steven wants to know what I paid for the board. $40 plus shipping. Oh no, it was free shipping. $40 free shipping, missing the backplate, which was a miss on my part. I didn't realize the backplate was missing, and it's like some really weird. It's not that the backplate design is necessarily non-standard. There were a bunch of boards that laid the ports out like this. It's the spacing is different than all of the plates that I have that match this layout slightly. So yeah, I'm kind of annoyed I missed the fact that there was no backplate. But anyways, all right, yeah, $40 with free shipping. I mean, is it the end of the world if I keep the board and try to recap it? No, but I mean, could the eBay seller turn around and say, well, it was sold as is? Yeah, they could. Ian says, I hate missing backplates. Every backplate is non-standard, usually in very subtle ways. I mean, I actually found another one of these boards for sale on eBay, and it's actually for sale for $75, and it's missing the backplate too. Ian says, I've never once been able to get a backplate from one board to fit another. Yeah, I know. Anyways, I guess the morals of the story are, uh, yeah, just because it was sold in an estate sale and they said it was working doesn't mean it's working. Thomas says the CPU and fan work. Yeah, the CPU and fan work, but the motherboard doesn't. I can't build a computer out of that hideous case with the CPU and fan. I need a motherboard too. I mean, sure, I can find another motherboard, but I am I want something weird to go in the hideous case. And I thought AGP and PCI Express was kind of weird. And yeah, I am not going to send the board back with my RAM in it. Ian says $40 estate sale, no backplate. I'd probably just hang it up as wall art. I that is not. I don't hang motherboards on the wall as wall art. I have different opinions of wall art, like all the paintings I brought from my grandparents' house that need to go up on the wall. All right, let's pull out a computer so that I can try to read computer's microcontroller. Because obviously, all right, hopefully we'll find my Pentium system All right, there is a reason why I'm pulling a PC out, and it's one of my nice PCs. So I'm setting a towel down because I need to set the PC flat. All right, I think we're gonna go for this one here. I need to reinstall the OS on it at some point, anyways. There we go. I think this one will work. So this PC is one that Bill Lewis rescued. So thank you, Bill. I'm putting one of your PCs to good use. So it is an IBM Aptiva. And yes, there is a reason why we're pulling out a PC and not computer. All will become very apparent here momentarily. Oh, the thing, I think this will work. I mean, this computer worked the last time I used it, right? I mean, that's what everyone says on Marketplace. Worked last time I used it. All right. Oh, there we go. Oh, it only had... Wait a minute. That's a weird amount of memory. Oh, that's right. Pointing device not connected. All right, that's fine. I don't know where my PS2 mouse went. All right. So I think this will work. It has the important things on it. I may actually need to reboot it and go into the BIOS. Oh, yeah. Yeah, during Dave's stream, I found a plate that I thought might work. This one doesn't fit that board. These are all shifted over too far, so... SDN says, Facebook Marketplace quote, "This computer worked last time I used it." Translation: since it doesn't work anymore, I want to sell it now. Jesse says, working pull. Oh, look. It's computers innards. You know, I should plug the speaker in for those epic Windows 98 sound effects. Don't worry, there is a method to my madness. Oh, Windows has updated my clock automatically. Excellent. Close enough. The audience is now deaf. Or at least I am. That was loud. I guess that was the sound of progress. All right, so you're probably wondering, why in the world do I have a Windows 98 PC on my bench? And that is because I have one of these Willem programmers. And along with the Willem programmer, I have the MCS 48 series adapter. I will go ahead and secure in now so that I don't forget. And it has a CD-ROM. I'm sure that is a totally legitimate CD-ROM. Totally legitimate. I mean, just look at the artistic styling of that label. I'm sure this is a totally legitimate... Stian says there is a madness to all my methods. Anyways, despite the fact that this is a new unit, the CD is already scratched. So, yeah. All right. Also, I'm hoping this is readable because I cannot find the website where you're supposed to be able to download this software. So, I will have to make my... Oh, all right. Hold, please, while I find the clipadoodles that allow you to put the CD-ROM drive horizontal or vertically, because Yeah, the CD won't stay in. Let me guess. This is like the computer I have that... Oh, there they are. Oh, I think if I move this here... And I'm trying to be careful. This computer actually has an actual hard drive now. Now I think the CD will stay. Oh, I bet this other thing is supposed to swing out too. And okay, fine. Arrgh. Just gonna make it harder to show you what I'm doing, but all right. Okay, how about let's do it this way. Let me install the software, and then maybe once the software is installed, I can then set the machine the way I need to put it. All right, how about that? Oh yeah. Oh, hold on. That's the screensaver. Let me see here. Let's see. Register. Do not show again. Register later. All right. I really should. I do not know where my PS2 mouse went. Maybe I've got a USB one. Wait. All right, let me install this. Oh, wait a minute. There's my PS2 mouse. You see, I say I lose it, and then I find it. All right. My computer. Keysoft. All right. Setup. Sure, create a desktop icon. Install. Launch. Oh, excellent. So it does start. Oh. Probably eject the CD while I'm thinking about it. Nope, never mind. All right. Let me plug the mouse in. Yeah, watch. I'm going to pull the cable of the mouse and find out that it's probably a... Oh, no, it is a PS2 mouse. All right. Okay, so let me plug the mouse in. There we go. Now I will not struggle with Windows as much. Power it on. Let me eject the CD so I can lay the system down. And then... I will hopefully be able to use the programmer software more effectively. There we go. Oh, I may still need to go into BIOS. All right, so we got the software installed now, and I briefly introduced you to the programmer. All right, while we wait for Windows to start up. All right, so to use this programmer, oh, don't worry, Thomas. I also ordered the parts from Mouser to build the programmer you sent me. I ordered this programmer before I found the PCB. And because I wanted to maximize the chances I'd be able to read it out. So, why buy one programmer or the parts to build one programmer when you can buy two at more than twice the price because, well, the parts to build the one you sent me cost like 30 some bucks. No, wait, 50 some bucks. I forgot the cost of the ZIF socket. Although I don't have the ZIF socket because it's coming from China. And believe it or not, it only, well, I bought a slightly nicer socket, and I think it's like, it's actually coming from the company that made my T48. Because where I'd bought a new socket for it, I realized that, oh yeah, it's like 18 bucks total for a 48-pin ZIF socket. I don't know how they can do it that cheap. Oh, thanks, Gutbomb. I just saw your message. I will send you some money for the shipping when I get a moment. All right, so we got the programmer. Now I need to plug in the power, which I think it's powered by USB, although this USB cable is not long enough. So I think instead I'm going to plug in a DC power jack, 9 to 12 volts, and let me see here. I think I've got a, actually, well, where did I put it? Center positive. All right. It is center positive. All right, we will go this route because I know it has enough. Oh, screensaver kicked on. I should probably really turn down the speakers. There we go. We got the programmer. Turn down the speakers. They are not so loud in my ear, because they are pointed straight at one of my ear holes, as LGR would put it. So we got the programmer, we got the adapter. So now let's run the EPROM software, and let's configure it for the EPROM we need to read. So I think what you do is you select the device, and I think for the one we need to read out, I think we want the ROM type, and it is going to be an 8048, I believe. So we want to close CPU cooling antivirus, blah, 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 before read, write, verify. All right. So it does require the adapter, which I do have. All right, so I'm going to... So it's telling me I need to set the VPP to 15 volts. So I've unplugged the power for a moment. Let's zoom in here. I removed the adapter so I can get to it. All right, so VPP is configured here. And I think by default it is configured for 12.5 volts. But the software is telling me to configure it for 15 volts. So I'm going to... Actually, I'm going to leave it at 12.5 volts. And there is a reason why I'm going to do that. And that is just simply because I'm going to start with the lowest voltage, and I'll go up to 15 volts. Oh, Chris, if you're watching, I found the little plastic tab that goes to my ISA card. Huh. I could try to glue that on, but I doubt that would work very well. Yeah, apparently I kept it for some weird reason. Alright, so I am going to use this. So it's telling me to configure the switches here. Off, on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off, on. So off, on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off, on. And then this requires the adapter, which goes this way. I'm pretty sure of it, because you know, I don't see the notch alignment, but I'm pretty sure it goes this way. Oh, yeah, it can't go that way because that would interfere with the ZIF socket. All right, that is good design. They made it so you can only put it in one way. So there we go. There's that. The programmer's set up for the adapter. We'll plug in power. Ow. So now we need a chip. Actually, first I'm going to close the antivirus, because I think Norton Antivirus is running. Oh, it would help if I had the right mouse. All right. I'm sure Norton Antivirus will protest, but you're out of date, Norton Antivirus. All right, so we will need to disable. Close Norton Program Scheduler, because I don't want that to interfere. I think we can close the Hot Sync Manager. There we go. And let me turn off the screensaver. As much as I like that screensaver, I don't want anything to interrupt trying to read the chip. All right, so there we go. So now, let me go grab the keyboard for computer. And I think there's no time like the present to attempt to read the EPROM. So, for those of you that are new, Computer is an Apple II Plus clone. And it uses one of these fancy keyboards. Which is pretty cool. They have a numpad. The thing is, they also have macros. Which, if this keyboard works, we could check that out. But it does use a different microcontroller than Apple keyboards. So that is a TMP 8048P, which I am fairly sure, given its part number, that it is an 8048 type microcontroller. The problem with it is it's not... I guess its internal pull downs are not pulling down properly, so the keyboard is not able to drive the bus on the Apple II or on the clone properly, and you get unwanted key repeats of weird graphical characters. I guess probably if I looked at what character it's outputting, it probably would tell me which data lines it's not able to pull down. But I'm hoping that maybe, even though it's not able to pull the data lines down, that maybe we might be able to read the microcontroller out. But I don't know. So anyways, here's the microcontroller. The notch goes here. And, all right. You're probably wondering, there is a method to my madness here. So I'm going to pull us into the programming software. But don't worry, if something interesting happens, I have the camcorder recording. So I am going to, let me see here, action read. Chip read okay. Oh, hey! That looks good. Remember I said the macros part? There was a reason I mentioned that. Because I was hoping when I read the microcontroller out that if I saw text characters that were readable, then that might be a good sign that we read the microcontroller out. And if you look at that, we have definition, read, call, data input, for, go sub, hplot, int, list, new, load, plot, next, clear, print, catalog, htab, save, go to, then, vtab, home, return, color equals, restore, flash, blah, 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 blah. And those all match the... Those all match the macros on the keys. Yeah. They're all readable. Oh, and then I think I see maybe the list of characters. Yeah, I think we actually read the microcontroller out. All right. So I'm going to save this program, or I'm going to save the buffer, and save as documents. All right, let's give it a file name. We're going to call this computer keyboard .bin. All right. I was hoping the chip would read out because I think the I/O pins. I looked at the data sheet and it looked like the I/O pins were separate from the data pins, so I was hoping it might just be the I/O pins that were having trouble. Thomas says, nice. Now you can check a lot of those pesky PC8048 parts. Yes. Now, thanks to eBay, the place where I buy the things I later regret, and going ahead and accepting an offer for microcontrollers, which I temporarily misplaced, but here we go. So now we need to program one, and I'm going to have to change settings because the ROM version, I think it uses, I think the way it reads the chip out is I think it does have to apply the programming voltage. to put the chip into programming mode, and then it can send the read command. Hi, Mike. Welcome. We just read out a problematic microcontroller. All right, so I'm wondering, should I use the Intel part or the NEC part? I'm going to try the Intel parts first because they actually have the programming voltage listed on the chip. So I know what to set it to. So I'm going to go ahead and put one of the Intel chips in. And I'm going to change the programming voltage to 21 volts because that's what's marked on, it's 21 and a half on the chip. But 21 should be the correct setting. So for the ROM, I left it at 12. For the EPROM version, I know I do need to set that to 21. All right, so there we go. Now, I think I do need to change the device in the software, though, because I do need to actually set it to EPROM D8748. Oh, that's nice. The software left the buffer. All right, so I guess now device or action blank check. Device is empty. All right. Action. I guess program. Oh. Action program. Huh. Well, maybe. All right, maybe I need to erase that one more. All right. All right, blank check. I mean, it looks like the seller erased them. Action program. No. All right. Well, maybe the. I mean, I might have to up the. Maybe I need to up the programming voltage because maybe it's not actually hitting the right voltage. All right, let's blank check. This is one of the NEC ones. The NEC one is not blank. So I'm going to have to. I'll have to erase it, I guess. All right, let's see if the other NEC one's blank. Action, blank check. All right, action, program. Thomas says, cool device. I've built a couple from scratch. Oh, so maybe that Intel. Well, that wasn't nice. The Intel ones didn't want to program. Thomas says 21 volts is the normal. I'm going to presume these devices actually do reach the programming voltage. There we go. I have a new microcontroller. Nice. All right. So I'm going to put the microcontroller actually we'll because I know if I don't do this, someone's going to complain. Plus, I guess it'll make the pins go in smoother. All right, try some deoxit. There's the NEC chip I just programmed. The notch is there. And there we go. It went in. I know someone's going to say if I don't put a label on it, it'll erase itself. Therefore, I'm going to put my patent pending Gaffomatic on it. There you go. It slices, it dices, it juliennes, and it protects your EPROM windows. Call now. Operators are standing by. The Gaffomatic is only $1, $20, $20 million. We gaffed. We don't know what the cost is. So just give us your credit card number and we'll charge you whatever number feels right. John says, you don't put a label on it, it'll erase itself. Just kidding. Actually, I purposely misspoke there. I'm sure my brain knew I was saying it will erase itself, but in reality, it's not like the chip erases itself. It's the UV light erases the chip. Thomas Armstrong says, I use painter's tape. I have no idea where my roll of painter's tape went. That could get awkward later in the week. All right. Now, let me go grab more of computer now that we have a new microcontroller. So here is more of computer. So computer is my Apple II clone made by MCA of Japan, according to the silkscreen on the motherboard. I cannot vouch for that because I can't find any information on MCA computer. So I do not know if MCA is the actual manufacturer, if they are actually from Japan, or if they had anything to do with making computer, or if someone decided that they would give the clone an air of legitimacy by making a nice, lovely yellow silk screen and a nice Japanese sounding company. And they were like, we can sell more computers this way. We'll just make the company sound more legit. Oh, I just realized I'm going to have to shut down the PC so I can steal its power cord. Thomas says, put a name on the PCB that Apple could not find to sue. That is entirely possible that the company did not actually exist. So there would be no way for Apple's legal department to try to find someone to issue court a court summons to, because it may not actually existed. That would actually work for a while. I mean, I'm sure given enough time, Apple might have found someone, but they probably then would have just gone to another brand or something. Cat and mouse, I believe that would be the term. All right, so I have saved the program on this computer. All right, so I have shut down the IBM so I can steal the power cord, so I can plug it into computer. All right, so I have video plugged into computer. I've got the keyboard plugged in. I've got the new microcontroller in. I have the program saved off, because the nice thing is, now that I've read out one of these microcontrollers, I can, that will let me do cool things. Like, for example, I can archive the contents of the microcontroller if someone else has one of these keyboards and their microcontroller dies. And I can see if Joe might be interested in selling replacement pre-programmed microcontrollers, if I can find a reliable enough source. All right, 3, 2, 1. That's the same thing it was doing. That's not cool. That would imply that the microcontroller is not the source of the problem. Or this microcontroller is bad as well. Thomas is asking, is the clock running? I don't know. And my oscilloscope has a, I dropped something in my oscilloscope. Luckily, it was turned off. So it is not available tonight, because I'm going to have to take it apart to upgrade it to get the thing I dropped in it out. So I can't tell you if the clock is running on this keyboard. So it looks like it might not be the microcontroller, which leaves us with, well, I mean, okay, it could be the microcontroller. All right, let me put the other 3 microcontrollers in the UV eraser. Because one of them wasn't blank, and the other 2 wouldn't take the program. But maybe they weren't completely blank either. All right, we'll go ahead and erase them. It's a, I do not have a logic probe. It's a 3.456. But I mean, there are capacitors and resistors on this keyboard too. But this would kind of seem to show that it's not the microcontroller. But given what Joe helped me troubleshoot the other day, it's got to be, the problem has to be on the keyboard. I guess I'm going to have to figure out if those are pull-up or pull-down resistors. Seriously, I have no way. I can't. Thomas Armstrong says, "Oh, so it's at the correct speed already." I presume it is. I don't have time to fix my oscilloscope tonight, so Plus, unfortunately, where my oscilloscope would go, unfortunately, the stuff beside me is kind of fallen to take its place. One of these days, I'm going to build a bigger workbench. All right, let me put these chips in the eraser, and I guess I need to rule out that I've got a bad microcontroller that I just programmed. Okay. Thomas Armstrong says 8048. 8048 family uses an 11 divided by 3, so close on that crystal. Oh, I better be correct. I mean, I hope it's correct because the keyboard uses that microcontroller. I can't change the design of it. So that's the original microcontroller. I mean, as far as I know, that's an 8048. I don't think the problem is the microcontroller is not running. I think it's acting like it's not able to pull the bus down. Which means I'm probably going to have to figure out if any of these resistors are pull down resistors. Although seemingly there's not enough resistors here. Unless there's some under the plate, which... Oh, there might be... No, there might be one under the plate. Oh, maybe it's not... Oh, no, it's just a plastic. Oh, no, there are a couple of... Thomas, what's a component that has a single black band on it? Is that just a 0 ohm jumper link? All right, so it looks like there's 1, 2, 3. Thomas confirms it's a jumper. So I see 5. I see 5 resistors, which doesn't seem to be enough to be pull-ups or pull-downs. I guess I can test this capacitor. I mean, I guess if there's insufficient capacitance, then it's not going to work correctly. Unfortunately, I have misplaced the clip. One of the clips I have misplaced is hanging out somewhere. I will just have to hope touching this. Alright, so it tests a 1 microfarad 3.7 ohm resistor. I mean, it's in circuit. Oh, but it is a 1 microfarad capacitor, so that's probably not it. Oh, Thomas says resistor may be a row column resistor arrangement. Oh, but the important thing is I'm looking for bus like pull up or pull downs on the bus. I don't think there's enough resistors for it to be that. Oh, unless there's a resistor network here. Maybe maybe that's the resistors I'm looking for. Let me see if I can tell where they go. Oh, those actually go to the keyboard matrix. Okay. Actually, it looks like signals from the microcontroller may be directly connected to the motherboard. So maybe it is relying on internal pull-ups. Alright, I guess while we wait for the eraser to run, let me pull up a data sheet. Kind of afraid that some of these various versions of these microcontrollers may have different pull-up or pull-down strengths. I just found the data sheet for the Toshiba CMOS version, which this microcontroller is not. Oh. Alright, let me see what I can find. That's the wrong version of the chip, but okay, it looks like the might be 50 kiloohms pull up. What's the chance that on this clone that the keyboard there's a difference in the keyboard circuit? Yep, I'm having trouble showing on camera. Here's the keyboard. It plugs into here. Last time I wanted to replace the socket, and Joe convinced me otherwise, and then I thought we determined it was the microcontroller on the keyboard that was the problem. There's no resistors on. I don't think there's any resistors there that would be acting as like pull ups or pull downs. So I guess it's that microcontroller. All right. Chips are. I'm running a 20-minute erase cycle like I normally do. Then we'll try to program another microcontroller. It's almost to the point where I just want to put my other. The thing is, I have another Apple II clone board, and it works. The keyboard seemingly works with it, and I have been tempted to, like, put computer together with that board just so I at least have a working clone. It's like, all right, while we wait for the erase cycle, maybe let me go through the troubleshooting guide. All right. All right, so I'm going to the keyboard section. So last time Joe ran us through the using the schematics and an oscilloscope to find the problem. And that seemingly pointed towards the keyboard. I've written a new microcontroller and still having a problem. So pulled out the. So this is an Apple II based book. And I thought I would start with the section here, intermittent operation, computer locks up, keyboard won't work. I guess we could go through the RAM chips again. All right, let me go grab my Retro Chip Tester Pro. And let's... No, Microsoft, I don't care. Oh, no, that was actually OBS. Oh. Looks like I had to drop and reconnect. Oh, and I haven't dropped any frames since it reconnected. That's good. Someone please confirm I'm still live. Excellent. I got so used to dropping frames that I thought by drop frames that maybe I wasn't live still. All right, so we're gonna try this the most difficult way. All right, so let's start with DRAMs. So these are 4116s. And I think to expedite matters, well, actually, it'll be easier if I just leave computer's board the way it is. All right, so let's so while this runs, I'm looking for my lead former. I just want to make sure the leads are nice and square. Yes, I have the more thorough testing turned on, so it'll take a little bit. All right, testing passed. So as I put these back in, I am going to at least make sure the leads are nice and square. Plug them back in. Believe me, I would love to... Oh, we'll do that. I would love to find a bad RAM chip or something like that. That would... maybe indicate that it's a bus conflict. Maybe a RAM chip is trying to assert itself when it shouldn't be. That would also be a difference between the two boards. Although, granted, all the chips are different in the two boards, in that it's not like I pulled these chips out to put them in the other clone board. The clone board, though, I think has the same array of chips. I guess one thing I could theoretically do if I still thought it was a RAM issue. I mean, I could swap the RAM chips between the two, but that seems excessive. All right, we're still erasing chips. So what I'll do is I'll check a bank, and then we'll try it again, and then we'll check a bank, and we'll try it again, and we'll check a bank and try it again. Because I'm making sure the leads are nice and square before I put them back in. Some of these chips aren't, like this one here looked like it wasn't quite fitting in the socket, but could just be a optical illusion. These tests, there are a few chips I'm going to pull and lead form and put back in. There are just a few chips that are sitting slightly weird, like that one. Physically crooked. And Thomas Armstrong says, one little chip down. Yep, I think the programmer just, or the eraser just finished, so I'll have to power the IBM back up and try writing another one. Although, I will let the chips dwell for a few minutes. Because I think I read somewhere that it might be a good idea to not try to write it immediately after erasing it. Because the chip still, I guess, sorting itself out, or the way the UV erases the chip. It's a part of electronics I don't quite understand how the EPROM exactly works. I know UV erases it and it's electrically programmable, but so somewhere I thought I read that you kind of have to give it a few minutes before you try to write it, because the chip is, like, I don't know, like bleeding off the energy from the UV or however it works. I guess it's kind of like a capacitor, except it's UV and not electrons. Photons, not electrons. Which I guess in that case it makes sense that, yeah, you kind of have to, if you don't let the electrons bleed out after you turn something off, it can remember a state. I guess it makes sense that if you don't let the photons bleed off, then it could remember a state. Or maybe in this case, not remember a state. I don't know. I could have just been reading an article that was written by someone that didn't really understand how it works, and they were wrong, and maybe they were just trying to program a bunch of defective chips. I don't know. Feel free to correct that statement in the comments. Although, preferably, you might at least maybe cite a source. I would cite the source, but I don't remember where I was reading that. So, I guess if I ever do remember where I saw that, I'll put a comment that I'll leave a comment and with the source where I read the, yeah, you can't erase it immediately. All right. Let's see here. I just tested one bank of RAM. Make sure it powers up without the keyboard. There we go. All right, so now let's plug in the keyboard. For anyone wondering, I have drawn a stripe on the cable so that I know which pin is pin 1. All right. Oh, and we still have the mystery repeats. So maybe something wrong with the repeat key? Okay, that's weird. If I hit a key, then it seems to stop. Thomas Armstrong's asking, is the character ROM okay for that keyboard? Well, it should be the right character ROM for the keyboard, but I don't think the character ROM is going to cause repeat characters. I'm almost tempted to put the original microcontroller back in and see if it's better or worse. Seemingly, with the old microcontroller, I'm not sure I could hit a key and get it to stop doing what it was doing. Which maybe is a sign that this microcontroller's marginal as well. I mean, I'm pretty sure the character ROM is okay, Thomas. But, I mean, I can't prove it. Except for my other clone board, I had to... It was missing ROMs, and I think it was missing its character ROM, and I used the character ROM in this clone to give it a replacement character ROM. So I'm fairly sure the character ROM image itself is fine, because I programmed another ROM with the contents of the one in this computer, and that other board seems to be okay with it. All right. This is the old... I've done something. It seems to be behaving better. Like, curious. Thomas Armstrong says, looks the same to me. Well, the thing is, it was like repeatedly beeping. Oh, now it's doing what it was doing. And you can hit enter and it stops it. I'm not totally convinced it's the keyboard. Hmm. Okay, I got an idea here. So I'm gonna leave the keyboard connected. We'll set it off to the side. I'm going to pull out my thermal camera. I'm looking at this troubleshooting guide, the page that I landed on. Intermittent operation, computer locks up, keyboard won't work. Although it's not locked up. I just want to see if something's like abnormally hot or cold. What about the keyboard? Okay, so the microcontroller and the keyboard is maybe 40 degrees Celsius. That's not too much. CPU's maybe 48 degrees Celsius. That seems okay. Okay, that one's fine. I don't see any. None of the RAMs seem to be out of the ordinary. Oh, you're probably looking at the capture. So those are all the RAMs. I don't see a RAM that's like looks colder or hotter than the others. So that chip there is a 74166. So I'm not surprised it's warmer than the rest. And that's actually what the silk screen says to use there. It says 74166. There's the character ROM. The only other chip here that seems to be is this one here. I'll have to see, but I'll have to test it. All right. So it's this one here. But I don't know that it's like abnormally hot or cold, and I don't know if it's in the keyboard circuit. Let's see. It's going to be A10. Let me see if A10 is. Let me go to the keyboard section here. just after the display section, and there's nothing in this manual about Scalar hates your Apple II's video output, so I guess we won't be fixing that. Add or no cursor. Wait a minute. Could I have a bad 555 timer? Well, we got computer on the bench. All right, I'm going to pull this 555 timer. And I want to see if the keyboard repeats. Oh. Okay, I pulled it on a whim because it's in the keyboard section and the bad or no cursor section. I was thinking, well, maybe we've got what they call a bad cursor. And look at that. Look at that leg. There is something going on with that leg. Did I just maybe find the problem? I mean, I think this is a 555 timer chip. All right, let's see what it does without this chip. No. That would be a negative. Although, maybe I should, okay. Thomas Armstrong says, maybe I should check my computer clone. Maybe it's the same one. Okay, let me pull the other 555 timer out. Check yet. All right, we didn't get a beep. Oh, because this one controls reset. All right. Oh, I got an idea. Let me swap the two 555 timers. All right, so the one that was in the reset circuit is now going to be on the cursor circuit. And the one that was on the cursor circuit is not going to be in the reset circuit. And nope, no effect. Okay. Not the timer circuit. Although I think maybe I probably will replace that 555 timer chip that has a rusted leg. Bad inverse or flash? Okay. All right, let's test a few chips here. I really kind of doubt it's bad chip, but maybe it is. There's a couple easy ones to test. I'm looking at the bad or no cursor symptoms. So, no clock pulse. All right, so this is a 7486. 74 LS86 at B2. Weirdly marked chip. I can't even read the writing on it. I'm looking at it. Yeah, I can't even read the writing on that chip. That's probably not the problem, but alright, so let's test that. Oh. Okay, I don't know what the L type is. Okay, well, I mean, it's a 7486. I'm a bit bothered by how difficult it is to read, but, well, alright. B11 and B13 are also candidates. Alright, so B11 is this one here. And it's a, should be a 74 LS08. Let me double check that it's the right chip. It is. Alright. Okay. And then 74 LSO2 at B13. And that'll kind of... Oh, and then there's a 166 at A3. Those are all in the symptom chart for... Was it character not being generated? Although in reality... Oh, there's a couple symptoms that have the same chips to check. Although in reality, it's not really... that it's not generating a character, it's generating extra characters that are not being typed. Alright, this should be a 74 LS02. I would love to find a chip with a bent pin, because then that would just... Thomas says, my clone that says computer on boot just has a standard keyboard. Yeah, I've got a spare Apple II Plus keyboard. I forgot to bring it downstairs. I mean, I guess if I can't find a logic chip that could be to blame, I guess I could go grab that keyboard and give it a whirl. But the opening on the cases for this special keyboard. All right, this is a 74 166. It's definitely a 74 166. Oh. Hi, Steve. Eep? I am still working on that ridiculous computer. The one that you so graciously let me purchase and then have all the fun with. Oh, yeah. Ridiculous computer meet Steve, the other contender for buying you. Yeah, having keyboard problems. I should try programming another microcontroller, but that would require me to plug in the computer below computer. Alright, let's see here. No text. Oh, video, wrong characters. Okay, let's go to part 4. It's actually the keyboard section. Bad key action. Alright, bad key, bad or loose cable. Bad 2513 at A5. Well, I mean, let's see here. It's MB 8516. I would be really surprised. Oh, actually, this is a 27. Actually, let me pull up the book for this. Steve is. Steven says you should head over. Oh, Steve says I'm busy bumbling through rebuilding a Linux kernel to install tape drivers. Um. Ew. I don't envy that, having to rebuild a Linux kernel to install tape drivers. Oh, see, my phone just. Oh, told me that someone's live on a competing service. That's nice. Alright, so I'm looking at the. I just want to look at the EPROM list. This is a 8516. I think. MB. I just want to make sure it's not like a TMS 2716 pinout because it's a different pinout. Alright, let me actually search the PDF. Alright, find. I think the part number is an MB 8516 if I'm reading it right, which is not in the list. Hmm. Let me just search for 8516 without the manufacturer part number before it. No, it's not in the list. All right. Well, I won't. I was gonna run a let it try to read it. No, no, Thomas. I'm trying to figure out which EPROM it's pin compatible with, if anything, that this programmer supports. It's not in the compatibility list. It's like just not in the list. Yeah, I don't think it's in the list of supported chips. I don't know why. I don't okay, I hope you realize I don't want to fry my rare EPROMs. Why I'm trying to make sure that it's supported before I do the following. Although I don't think it's going to be in the list. I think it'll run a checksum, but I don't think it's going to know what it is because this chip does not match Apple's ROM. I think it's inverted from Apple's ROM. So yeah, we got a CRC. I guess I can make sure it's 2834B2F9. Alright. It is not the character ROM. The character ROM is reading the same checksum every time. So this is not a problem with the character ROM. If it was, then I would expect we would get a different result. Also, I would expect that when I did type characters in, it would be gibberish. Alright. But we checked that. Alright, so no signal. Could be bad 74LS138 at F13. Which I presume is going to be this one here. Which you can't see because it's off screen. So that's F, and I'm pretty sure that's 13, because 14's here. Yeah. 74LS138. Oh, it's a chip from 1979. Alright. Well, alright, well, it seems to be decoding right. Wait, are these other 138s around it that don't look like they're entirely seated? I'm gonna check them. Woohoo! I think they're 3 different 74LS138s. Of course. Of course they would be. This computer is a mix of old and... Alright. And then I bought new chips, because I can't always buy old chips, because there's a reason that, well, they could go bad. Alright. Alright, so here we go. So, bad key action prints wrong characters. I guess that could be the cause. All right, so that would be characters not generated right. Character data blocked. That's the 166 at A3. We already checked that. So there is 74 LS174s at B5 and B8. '74 LS174, B5 and B8. All right, so that's gonna be this one and this one. And then the other two chips we need to check are these two. So we'll test this one first for no reason. So the symptom for these would be that character data is blocked. All right, well, that's seemingly testing fine. Stian says, by the way, I'm now looking for a 440BX motherboard I don't need on eBay. I blame this live stream. Is the 440BX, is that a slot 1 motherboard? I seemingly have a... I might have a spare 440BX motherboard. Although might is the operative keyword, because I don't know that I necessarily tested the replacement. Or, sometimes I find even weirder examples of a board I already have, and alright, we're gonna test these two next. Slot 1, alright. So I have a BX board. Oh, there we go. 74 LS257. I landed right on it. That I had bought a while ago because it had PC PCI. It's not really a super duper board. And then on Marketplace, I found a BX. I think they're both BX. But it has PC PCI and onboard sound, which is kind of one of those, well, why did you put PC PCI on it if it has onboard sound? And actually pretty competent onboard sound. It's one of the, I think it's one of the Yamaha, like the YMF 724 or 744. So it has like built-in OPL sound for PCI sound. Stian says, I don't care about onboard sound. Well, actually, the board I was thinking of sparing was probably the one without onboard sound. And I have like 20 old sound blasters. Because that's like the sound card I'd probably be using it, that Yamaha PCI sound card, because it's actually not a bad card. Alright, so those chips work, so that's not the problem. Or at least they work in the tester. Unwanted repeat. So it could be a 74LS74B10, although this isn't really a repeat. Stian says Yamaha doesn't make a bad anything. Yeah, that's pretty true. Even their student instruments are pretty good for a student instrument. So you're right. I think I could say that, yeah, Yamaha doesn't really make a bad anything. You're right. Because even like their low-end student instruments are usually pretty competent. I mean, granted, you're probably not going to be playing a professional level concerto with one, but I mean, they are usually a pretty competent student instrument. Stian says, I have a Yamaha motorcycle, a Yamaha sound card, a Yamaha pressure washer attachment, and even a Yamaha baby grand piano. Yeah. In fact, I think, if I remember, that I follow a trumpeter that I think one of his spare instruments is technically like was sold as a student instrument. I think it's a Yamaha. I mean, it might be one of their intermediate student instruments. But I think one of his backup instruments is like a Yamaha intermediate student trumpet. Just because for the price point, it sounds really good, and besides, it's a backup instrument, so you're not gonna be playing it all the time, but it's kind of one of those that you can't necessarily spend primo money on a backup instrument, but if you do have to fall back to it, you want one that sounds good, and it's like a good performer for the price. Yeah, and Steven says, and they're all good. Yeah. All right, so that was. Oh, these are key bounce related. I don't think these are going to be bad because we're not having a key bounce problem. I would love to think that that's foreshadowing and that we're going to find. Oh, you know, I think I pulled some of these last time because I remember this chip here. It's an NTE brand chip, which NTE went bankrupt. All right. Repeat key won't work. Okay, I don't think it's the repeat key. Key top pops off. Huh. Alright, well, now that I've checked and reseated a bunch of chips, let's plug the keyboard back in. And see if maybe that might have fixed the problem. I would love to think that maybe it was just a seating problem. So we got the original microcontroller in. Nope, that wasn't it. Alright, there is one. Oh, it's 11:43. Okay, there is one suggestion on one of these. It would be so out of left field that I'm not even sure how I would normally justify it. But all right. Normally I wouldn't like resort to this, but I really don't know how the CPU could be causing this problem. One of the troubleshooting steps for something that could potentially possibly be somewhat related did mention the CPU, so I am going to just try it. I think I've got a 65 out of 2 around here somewhere. In fact, there should be one in this spot. Okay, so it's not a, it's a 65 CO2. Which I think for the purposes of troubleshooting, I'm just making sure I put it in right. Yep, there's the alignment notch there. All right. I think for this purpose, the fact that it's a C variant will be okay. No, and I know, no, I know it's not a Sally chip from an Atari. It's a Rockwell branded, so I know this one's for an Apple. It would just be really for an enhanced mode Apple IIe, but I doubt this is going to change it. But all right, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, that definitely didn't. Okay, yeah, not the CPU. Okay, I was pretty sure that was a left field suggestion for this problem, but it is something that I hadn't actually tried. So we'll put the Oh, I bet that's what this is. Oh, yeah, it's from a bunch of stuff I bought. I bet this is what you need to upgrade an Apple IIe to enhanced mode. Thomas says we need another keyboard. I do not understand how the keyboard could be having a problem. And a new microcontroller not fix it, because there are like hardly any components on the keyboard. Unless I just happened to program another microcontroller that's bad. I mean, I could go upstairs and grab a spare Apple IIe keyboard. Or not Apple IIe, Apple II Plus keyboard. Because it's the only one I'd be able to plug in easily. I can also try programming another microcontroller, and I think that's what I'm going to do, because that will take less time than me walking upstairs. Just in case the first microcontroller that I was able to get to program is marginal. So let me go grab the 3 EPROMs I put in the eraser. See if I can get any of them to program. 2 of them seemingly wouldn't take the program. 1 of them was not blank. I'm going to try to program all 3 of them. In fact, if I can program all 3 of them, I will. And then we will just try them all. All right. All right, as soon as the software decides to load, we will try the NEC chip first. It was the one that was not blank. All right, device selected. D8748. All right. So let's see here. Load the binary file. Actions. Let's do a blank check of this NEC chip. All right, it is blank. All right, let's. Oh, okay, we did load it. Action, program. Okay, awesome. It looks like that was just simply the matter of the chip was not blank. It looks like we are programming it. All right, so I will put the piece of gaff tape over the window of this new one. If I can get the gaff tape off the old one. I'm holding the programmer in one hand. Actually, do I not have a roll of tape close to hand? All right, I'll just set these upside down and then I'll see if I can't find some tape. Okay, so we have a second that programmed. Excellent. All right, so let me see here. Let me try one of the Intel ones. Will not. Is it blank? All right, I am going to try something here. All right, try programming it now. No, it's not. No, it is not taking a program. It looks like I'm going to have to email the seller of these microcontrollers and let them know that the Intel ones are. Yeah, the Intel ones are not programming. Doubt this can be it. So wait a minute. Well, actually, that's interesting. It's got a window on it. I just realized it is this 8748H, which is seemingly the one-time programmable version, according to the device select in the program. Oh no, it's not. Oh, it is a D8748H. Oh, well, that is the correct. All right, well, that one will not program. And. Oh, interesting. Nope, never mind. I thought they were physically different chips. Okay, so the Intel microcontrollers are not taking a program. All right, well. Okay, we will try the other NEC chip. And we'll see if that fixes this. Unfortunately, the problem is these keyboards show up very rarely. So I bought a whole nother clone, but the clone works, so I don't want to take its keyboard. I mean, I bought it just in case I needed to like, well, I bought it so I'd have something I could compare to if it came down to it, but I'm not necessarily sure that that's going to point to a problem. And I don't really want to take its keyboard because. Alright, well, let's see what it does. Second microcontroller, I'm going to hold the keyboard to make sure it doesn't short. 3, 2, 1. It's still doing the repeat thing. It looks like I can hit Control Reset and it doesn't do it. Oh. Okay, so I'm playing with this locking switch that I think, well, the sticker's fallen off of it. Is that have something to do with it? Is the switch just in the wrong position on boot? No. Okay, so I am baffled. All right, so I guess to summarize, I read out the microcontroller, and then I've tried programming two replacement NEC ones, and they both do the same thing. And it seems like the keyboard, I don't know. I'm about to figure out how this microcontroller comes out, or how it resets itself on power up. Because it's like, it's almost like it's, Steve says, keep cursing at it. You almost beat it. It's almost like this keyboard is not resetting on power up. Like, maybe the cap is bad, but then once you hit the return key or press a, it might just be press a key. All right, let's figure that out. Is it return key or is it just press a key? Press a key. So once we press a key, it's fine. Is that right? Thomas Armstrong says the reset is built into the CPU, so it could be a cap. Well, is the keyboard's reset, though, built into the motherboard? Because this keyboard has its own microcontroller. Does it have its own power-up sequence? Because I've not looked at the pins on the keyboard connected enough resets on it. I mean, oh, I guess it's possible that I came this far to only realize that it's actually a capacitor. But it's not, it's... Thomas Armstrong says the 8048 does its own reset. Well, then I guess it could be one of the capacitors on the keyboard, even though I tested it and it tested fine. I don't know. All right, I'm still baffled. All right. So I was able to read out the microcontroller, programming two new ones. Well, new to me ones. They aren't exactly new. That didn't fix the problem. I guess maybe I'll do a little research on how the keyboard's getting its reset. Thomas Armstrong says it's pretty handy and the clock circuit just needs the crystal. I don't know. Maybe I might. Well, now that I've got a dump of the keyboard controller, I'm thinking I may try to disassemble it and see what it's doing. Maybe that might help me try to figure out where the problem is. Because somehow it's theoretically resetting itself. I'm looking at this board to see if there's any capacitors that are maybe... Steve says, I'm still installing Linux packages on a likely sad CD drive. Thanks for keeping me company. No problem, Steve. Anyways, all right, this computer is still being computer. It looks like there'll be another exciting live stream with computer. Thursday, we'll probably look at Macintoshes, although I guess if I figure anything else out about this computer, maybe we'll continue taking a look at it and focus on capacitors. I don't know if I can. If I find anything interesting on disassembling the microcontroller's code, now that I have it, then maybe we might look at computer again. Maybe knowing how the keyboard controller on the keyboard's working might determine the problem. And I can bring down my spare keyboard. It's only upstairs because I was... I don't need a spare broken keyboard, so I was going to sell parts of it to pay for the working keyboard I bought for the computer that I bought it for. If you want to know the honest reason why it's upstairs, it's in the eBay sell pile. I do occasionally, sell broken parts to help pay for working parts, when the working parts are cheaper than buying the parts to fix the broken parts. Cheaper and or easier. And the keyboard's broken in a way that I've determined that it was cheaper to buy a refurbished keyboard that someone had made working and then sell the parts to pay for the bulk of the keyboard. Yeah, I can't say that I haven't done that for other things too, but anyways, I haven't done anything with the parts yet, so I'll bring that. Maybe I don't know, maybe even if we look at Max on Thursday, I'll bring that keyboard down and we at least try it, because there's a good chance that I won't do anything to my workbench before Thursday, although we have Thursday off as a holiday, so it is also entirely possible I'll come down and clean my workbench Thursday morning. But anyways, so Thursday, though, even though I have the day off as a holiday, I also knew Jesse might be streaming Thursday, so I am not starting early on Thursday. But depending on what I figure out, we'll determine if we look at Max on Thursday or continue looking at this computer, because I would like to get it put back together. Thomas Armstrong says pins 2 and 3 are the clock crystal inputs on that CPU. I mean, I don't see any trace breaks on this keyboard, Thomas. That's not to say there aren't any. But yeah, I do see that the crystal pins are going to pins 2 and 3. So I don't really know what to do with that, other than I can confirm that the crystal at the top of this keyboard is going to pins 2 and 3 of that microcontroller. I mean, maybe it might come down to me tracing out where some of these resistors go. The capacitor... The interesting thing is the capacitor that... Oh, I bet that's a power pin. Okay. I was about to say, wait a minute, the capacitor is directly connected to the microcontroller, but then I realized that one of the pins is connected to pin 4, it looks like, of the microcontroller, and the other one is connected to pin 7, but it also then goes elsewhere. So I have a feeling one of those is ground and one of those is 5 volts. Which would mean they just optimized the route for that capacitor. But I think the capacitor tested fine, so that's probably not it. So, I don't know. I mean, it is almost like this keyboard is not resetting or requires a key press to reset. So, I mean, the other thing we could do on Thursday, so maybe this may be me deciding that, yeah, we'll look at computer again on Thursday. I could pull the keyboard out of my other clone. The keyboard, at least from the outside, looks the same as this one. We could pull its microcontroller if it's socketed. I am not going to desolder it because these boards look fragile. Thomas says we could just lift the cap off the keyboard. Yeah, we could. Yeah, maybe we'll look at this Thursday. Because I guess we could pull the other keyboard if it's got a socketed microcontroller. I don't want to desolder it because these boards look absolutely fragile. And its keyboard is working. I don't want to risk it because I probably paid a premium for that clone. So I'm going to not risk it. Call that buyer's choice. I don't remember what I paid for it. I do remember, though, it was probably more than I really wanted to, but those clones with that style keyboard show up so rarely. I realized, I guess in the back of my mind, I realized that maybe we would need to read out the microcontroller. So I guess maybe Thursday, you'll see a topic change. We're going to look at this again. Some more things we can try. We could try some other keyboards. If I do get an Apple keyboard to work, that's not a permanent fix because the opening on the case is wrong for an Apple keyboard. And I am not modifying the case more than cleaning off the packing tape and making a new badge for it because the original badge was lost to time. I am not making a new hole for a different keyboard because I like numpads. So hopefully we'll get a keyboard working on it without me having to steal one. July 4th is Friday. But we get Thursday and Friday off. I guess because my employer realized that the day before or after July 4th was a date when a lot of people took it off. So I think they just give it to us by default. So since the day after July 4th is Saturday, I think that's why we get Thursday. I think last year we got the 4th and the 5th because I think the 4th was on a Thursday. Thomas says most people took the whole week off. Yeah, but they're not going to give us 5 days off because most people take the week off. But 2 days because it's like nearly everyone would take an extra day off then. Yeah, I think that might be why they go ahead and give us 2 days because the number of people that take the whole, well, they can't give you the whole week for a holiday because they like, there's like 10 or 12 holidays on the calendar and there's certain ones that they give us that are the federal holidays or the bank holidays. So they're not going to give us the whole week off because a large percentage of people take the whole week off. But I think they probably realize, though, that the number of people that take 2 days off is probably a super majority. So I think that's probably why they just go, all right, we'll give everyone 2 days off because probably nearly everyone took a second day off. I mean, there are some people around here that when they party for July 4th, they party. So they're taking the second day off. You catch my drift. I'm sure you do. So that might be why they give us the second day off. But this year, since the 5th is on Saturday, they're giving us the 3rd. So if anything, I'll clean my bench. Oh, I realized we never... Oh, well, I guess Thursday we have a Wheel of Regrets box that we spent too much time on the ECS board, so I never got to it. Your clue is Gateway Country, so that's a very similar clue to last week's clue, because I didn't get to it either. But anyways, so with that, we are past midnight. I am babbling, therefore it is time to go ahead and draw the stream to a close. I am glad all of you all joined me. Starting to close windows to optimize the closing out the live stream process. I'm glad you all joined me tonight. I guess even though we have made no progress on the keyboard issue, we were able to read out the microcontroller. So I think my approximately, I think in total for the reader and the adapter that you have to buy for the MCS 48 series, I want to say, and shipping, it was like $111. But this enables me to read and program so many more EPROMs that I was going to buy one of these eventually anyways, because this gives you a lot of the older EPROMs. So I was going to get one eventually. It's just computer spurred me to buy it. So would I recommend it if you need to read and write older EPROMs? And yeah. Don't worry though. Thomas Armstrong did send me a PCB for a open source MCS 48 programmer, and I am still going to build that. And then maybe I'll put these two in a side-by-side match to see which one's easier. I do know the open source one, I think the software actually works with modern Windows. So that one's going to get bonus points for I don't have to pull the Windows 98 box out to run the programmer software. Yeah, Thomas says the rare 2702 and 2704. Yep, those are two of them. The MCS 48 is definitely a plus, because I don't think the T48 can't do those. I don't think the T56 can. And apparently there's a new T76 that's so new that they don't even have the chip list up yet. I doubt that one does the MCS 48. So yeah, you're pretty much on one of the older style programmers or the open source one. So I'm still going to build it. I'll probably put them in a head-by-head match. The open source one, if you just deal with MCS 48s, I think is going to win. Just because the cost of the parts is less than a Willem programmer. However, this does have the added flexibility of it supports a lot of the older EPROMs. Whereas the open source MCS 48 programmer only does the MCS 48 series of microcontrollers. So it is limited. I guess there's trade-offs with everything. And I guess that I think you can build your own Willem programmer. Because I think really all the ones that now are clones of an original programmer that are basically clones of a programmer that used to exist. So I think you can build one. I think Thomas said he built one. So I guess there is that option too. But anyways, I'm glad you all could join me. I'm glad we got the microcontroller read out. I will, as soon as I can confirm that it looks like it did read out correctly, which would mean that if I can get one of these microcontrollers to work in a keyboard and test it and it looks like it's working, I will post the binary somewhere so people can get it and replace their microcontroller. It would also help if we do pull the other keyboard and its binary matches the one I read off on this one, then I'll probably be pretty certain that I did get a clean read. Obviously, if they don't match, then either there's a revision difference or I didn't get a clean read. And if that's the case, then yeah, we'll try programming a microcontroller again. I will get with the seller of these microcontrollers and let them know that I was unable to program these Intel microcontrollers. That I tried multiple times. I even gave them an erase cycle, and they will not take a program. That is really weird. So yeah, there may be something up with them. So anyways, I'll email that seller. If the seller offers to send me 2 more of them to try, then that's probably the option I'll take. Because, I mean, I'm willing to try. I doubt. Hopefully they'll maybe test a sample first before they send it. But anyways, I'll reach out to them. I'll let them know that I could program the NEC ones, but I could not program the Intel ones. And as far as I can tell, the same settings should have worked for both. So, anyways, with that, I think I'm going to draw the stream to a close after I make sure my hand is on the correct mouse, because I was moving the PS2 mouse connected to this Aptiva, and that wasn't moving anything on my computer screen. Anyways, with that, I hope you all have a great rest of your day. Hope to see you here next time, so don't forget to smash that like button when I attempt to repair these old computers, even when they're a bit uncooperative. Subscribe and turn on notifications so you know when I go live next. And with that, have a great rest of your day. Take care, and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.